So like plans. Nothing ever goes planned. Never ever. Nope. 0 point in ever making any plans. I want to like turn on a chat or whatever like after I get the shooter done. There's no point. Just whatever. I'm like rarely gonna check the chat, but I probably will. Or whatever. It doesn't matter. Everything's pointless. So I gotta set stuff up. Last couple of streams. Just trying to like figure out how to like connect a whole bunch of stuff. And then I don't know. The Vulkan API can be used for like AI.
Does AI that's computed on the GPU, does it use the Vulkan API? Short answer. Usually no. Most AI computed on the GPU does not use Vulkan, but it can use Vulkan, depending on the system and framework. Here's the real breakdown. What AI GPU compute usually uses. Most AI frameworks run on these GPU APIs. CUDA, dominant on NVIDIA, ROCm, AMD, DirectML, Windows, Metal, Mac OS iOS, OpenCL, older cross-platform, OneAPI, Intel, frameworks like TensorFlow, PyTorch, ONNX runtime, Llama CPP, stable diffusion engines, normally target CUDA or ROCm, not Vulkan. Reason they need tensor cores, fast matrix ops, optimized kernels, mature libraries, cuDNN, cuBlase, etc. Vulkan doesn't provide those high-level AI libraries. Where Vulkan is used for AI, Vulkan can run AI using compute shaders.
So like this AI stuff, it's complete bullshit. It's a giant lookup table, which means you can reverse it. You can extract what's been put into it. So I'm like, I don't know. Not today. At some point though. And it's like they call it like a neural network or something. This stuff is a joke. It's a big joke.
This happens in mobile AI, Android inference, game engines, lightweight ML runtimes, custom GPU compute pipelines. In these cases, Vulkan compute shaders run matrix multiplications and tensor operations, so it AI model compute shader Vulkan GPU. Why Vulkan is not the main AI API? Because Vulkan is low-level, graphics compute-focused, lacks AI-specific libraries, requires writing kernels manually.
So that means like it might actually be possible to get better performance in the Vulkan API. Because the CUDA cores, I don't even fucking know what those are. I really don't care. NVIDIA is trash. They have like what is it? DSLR 5 or whatever, and they like screw up the graphics, and they're like, well, this is how the games should look. You know what? Whatever. I don't know. Nvidia's garbage.
So Vulkan is more like build your own GPU compute system, while CUDA is ready to use AI GPU engine.
It's like last time, I like tried to figure out how AI works, whatever. And it like I was kind of close, but not really at all. This is like 10 times worse than I thought it was. This is like most pathetic garbage. So basically, alright,
So it's a lookup table. The flat array output from the GPU is the index to select from the word bank. It's basically paint by color, but with float values to select the color or word or collection of words in that bank based on the words that came before it to form the most sensible output. You're close, but not exactly right. The idea of a lookup table and paint by color is a useful analogy, but the actual mechanism is a bit different. Here's the accurate explanation.
the mechanism is an excuse to use a GPU, because the GPU it's a jack of all trades. The GPU, it's slow as hell. It is nothing compared to the CPU. That's why the CPU is called the central processing unit, because the CPU does the heavy lifting, not the GPU. So the GPU is literally just a piece of garbage. You attach to the computer, you pay like $2,000, and you don't even own it. Nvidia owns it, not you. You can't even program for it, because it's all locked away behind like the Vulkan API.
Is it a lookup table? Not exactly. The GPU output, flat float array, is not directly an index into a word bank. It is a probability distribution over all possible tokens. So instead of GPU output index word.
So this is where the funny part. So like, oh, it's so clever.
The GPU output, flat float array, is not directly an index into a word bank.
So it's not directly an index, which means they're not stealing content because it's not directly looking it up from a word bank. It's doing it indirectly with extra steps. This is pathetic. Alright, so let's say like you have a language model with like 500 or 4 parameters. Alright, so like this is like a small AI, whatever. Actually, like 6, you know what? However many words. I'll check, but I'll put some words. That'll take too long. Alright, so like this one is called end of transmission. So when it's done generating the text output, guess which one has a 99% probability? Okay, so anyways. I mean, to steal everyone's shit, but then add extra steps and pretend you didn't steal it, it's fucking pathetic. And all these people are like, AI has a conscience. AI can do this, AI can do that. Oh, it's so impressive, it's so amazing. Nobody really knows how it works. Oh my god, so stupid. Alright, so anyways. And the program got stuck. That's what programs do. If I wanted the program to work, why would I even open it in the first place? Alright, so the text, they call it like a digitized digitoken or a digit.
Each position corresponds to a token. 0 equals the, equals a, equals dog, equals world, equals hello. So, 0.90 at index 3 means world is most likely next.
And then here.
CPU selects index 3.
So this is an indirectly direct lookup table.
Then, world, from vocabulary. So yes, there is a word bank. This part is correct. There is a vocabulary like token word. Example. Example, 5496 hello, 95 world, 3, stored in a tokenizer vocabulary file. So, index word is a lookup table.
This is a joke too. This has to be a joke.
But the GPU output is not the lookup table. The GPU output is logits, or probabilities, over the vocabulary.
So.
Probabilities.
Alright, so like, this is so fake. So up here it says CPU. Why does it say CPU? Because without the CPU, the GPU is a jack of all trades.
CPU selects index 3.
So why does the CPU select index 3 from the probable outcomes? Alright, so basically, These are like strings or whatever. Well, this one might not be. Well, whatever. Alright, so the GPU does its matrix multiplication on whatever token's coming in, and then it does like probability. It finds the probability from the pre-trained train data. So like, what's like the size of these train data?
What's the size of the current GPT training data? If not GPOT, what is the most common local model that can be run on a GPU? What is the training data size and GB that are loaded up to the GPU to run the AI model?
Alright, so the whole AI thing, it's like, oh, you need gigs and gigs and gigs of video card. You just gotta load up these huge models that do all this freaking artificial intelligence. Alright, so like,
Four, size of model loaded to GPU.
alright, so like if you want a 13 billion parameter model, 26 gigs. So you need a big video card or two of them or whatever. You gotta get that dictionary in memory.
13B model, 13 billion, 26 gigabytes.
Because it's not AI. It's a lookup table of whatever was taken. How do you know what's taken? Well, you don't know. But Sam Altman does. He knows every single piece of data. And then him and OpenAI, they stole tons of stuff. Copyright shit, all that stuff. And they say, probability this, probability that. Oh, it's not really a lookup table. Alright, so like, the GPU makes the probability table. You know what that maps to? Oh, the string bank. So, it says the CPU selects index 3. Why does the CPU select index 3? So like, let's say it's like, we're like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, so like, here's like what the GPU does. you put in the next token, the first token, or the blabba token, whatever the fuck it is. And the GPU, like, quote, predicts the next token because it knows the next token. But this is also with nuance because they run Python. So they have, like, I'm pretty sure they have some tokens that output to run, like, some auxiliary, like, program to do some computation and then pass it back to the chatbot. To pass it back in and whatever. So it's like a self-feeding loop into like a predefined lookup table, basically like a syntax, a structure of partition space that they pretend is like artificial. There's nothing neural network about this shit. There's no AI. Whatever's in it was put in it, and whatever's taken illegally or without like rights to do so, without making it open source. What is it, GLPL, whatever license that is. If you take that shit and you put it in your shit, you technically have to make your stuff also with that license. And I'm pretty sure people found shit in some of these models. And these models they're not open source. And they're trying to make money off them, and they're not. Because they can't even make this shit work in the first place. This stuff is just so dumb. Alright, so like, the GPU magically computes which word to pick next, alright? Of like this 26 gigabyte freaking 13 billion parameter model. Oh my god, it's so impressive. This is though, was this a 4x4? I think this is like a 16 parameter model. Let's chat out. Maybe I take this up now. Alright, so would this be a 16 parameter model? Let's check that. Alright, so would this be a 16 parameter model?
Would this be a 16 parameter model?
So I gotta fucking type this in now. Potato, foobar, cat, dog. Bear, spud. Potato, foobar, dog, cat, bear, spud. Pig. Frog. Apple, banana. End of transmission.
Would this be a 16 parameter model? Potato, foo, bar, dog, cat, bear, spud, pig, frog, apple, banana, EOT.
Alright. And then they do this shit. they explain it away as if it's not doing what everyone knows it's doing, which can literally be proven. And I'll probably waste my time at some point.
5. What is loaded to GPU in memory when you run a model?
There's a difference between fair use and stealing everyone's shit.
When you run a model, the GPU holds weights, attention matrices, embeddings, KV cache, activations.
And what is all that? That is like the obfuscated result of the process, because it's always about the process. If you're an artist, or if you're like, what is it, a recovering alcoholic, it's like, oh, it's about the process. It is, it's about the process. So this explains the process. That's all it explains. It doesn't explain the content of the process. Like content, process, they're all whatever, same thing, I don't know, whatever. Because this is what that is. When you go through the process, you get this out. Because this is what it is that is put in. Because you get out what you put in.
Not training data, dictionary text, internet, documents.
Training data's gone. Yeah, no, it's not.
The training data is gone.
No, it's not. Oh, this is so dumb. Alright, so like basically, this thing relies on the probability that one of the float values will be higher than the rest. And then it selects the index. And the CPU selects the index. So the GPU, what does it do? Oh, it computes the probability. Of course, yes. Through this like really dumb process of like matrix multiplication. Because really there's no point. You have the fucking data. You're going through extra steps to fucking obfuscate it. Like, this is ridiculous. Alright, so is this a 16 parameter model?
Would this be a 16 parameter model? Potato, foo, bar, dog, cat, bear, spud, pig, frog, apple, banana, EOT.
Deleted send. So,
No, that would not be a 16 parameter model. It would be a 12 token vocabulary, not a parameter count. These two things are completely different.
oh, the parameter. That's the actual lookup. Or like the actual data. Alright, so whatever, same thing. Alright, so. Alright, so like, what would the GPU output? What would the matrix multiplication array output look like if this was the word bank? There's so many steps to this. But like, these are the main steps. Is that there's a lookup bank, and it computes it. And it's how it computes it that's like, huh. So the Vulkan API, if using the compute shader, matrix multiplication to create the output array.
So the Vulkan API, if using the compute shader and the matrix multiplication to create the output array, out what the array of floats would look like when picking from the word bank.
The 12. It's like the main thing is that the odds of one token always being higher than the rest, apart from the weight, are so tiny, are very, very, very small. In these words, potato, foobar, dog, cat, bear, frog, completely different words. Man, these people that set this stuff up, fucking liars.
So the Vulkan API, if using the compute shader and the matrix multiplication to create the output array, output what the array of floats would look like when picking from the word bank, the 12 vocab word bank I provided. Pick a random word from it as the highest probability. Then the CPU it does what it loops over the probabilities to find the index of the word to select, and there is low change of matching probability, and that does not matter because it picks only the first match if there are multiple probabilities that are high. But the change of that is low also because there is a range in the float value that they most likely won't overlap. That is the probability that there will always be one single token always larger than the rest. One single token ly is larger than the rest of the 12 or of any size of any model. What is the probability when running the model? That there will always be one that has a highest out of how large is the GPT model, a guesstimate how large is the word bank, and the probability after the metric multiplies the output. The probability that one will always be higher chance than the rest, in percent.
So if you have like a model with like some billion parameters. So like the keyword, let's say there's like a 2,000 keywords. Alright, what are the odds that one of these keywords are gonna have, well, I didn't even get there yet. Alright, so the odds that one of these are gonna be higher than the rest of all the other numbers are very, 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 very small. The fact that there's multiple matches that are more common to not be likely, man, this stuff smells. This is not AI. This is not a neural network. Some bullshit. This is just 7-zip compression. That's all this is. With extra layers. Because they added Python, it computes shit, it passes stuff off to like auxiliary programs and shit. So it's not what it originally was. So that doesn't make it AI, still anyways.
You're asking a precise statistical question. After the Vulkan compute shader produces the float array, log its probabilities. What is the probability that one token is uniquely the highest note highs, especially in a vocabulary like your 12-word bank or a large GPT vocabulary? 50k tokens. Let's answer this cleanly and technically.
50k tokens? Damn. A lot of freaking strings in a string bank. So 50k is what? Let's go like 50,000, whatever. Let's just say 50,000. So what are the odds that one of these parameters will always be the highest out of like 50,000 strings in a word bank? What are the odds? Realistically, if this was how it's explained, it would be so tiny. Alright, so
1. What the GPU outputs for your 12-word vocabulary: potato, foo, bar, dog, cat, bear, spud, pig, frog, apple, banana, EOT. The Vulkan compute shader would output something like.
okay, see this.
The Vulkan compute shader would output something like 0.12, 0.03, 0.08, 0.44 highest, 0.01, 0.02, 0.05, 0.0.
Alright, so see the difference in the range? We got like 0.44. The rest of them are like nowhere close to that. So like one of these is known in advance to be the highest one. Alright, so if you didn't like connect it yet, so last time I asked Chatbot, I was like, oh, there's a radix. It all goes around some like central point. And I was right to an extent, because like clearly that's what it has to do. Except it's even worse. So basically, you see this list here?
The Vulkan compute shader would output something like.
I gotta freaking type this up. I'll write this in. I need this I just forgot. This is ridiculous. This is like the most retarded shit ever. So 0.12.03. Alright, so like if you had to like define stupid or put it in the dictionary, it'd basically be this. And what would be even dumber is to lie to the general public and say, we did not steal your information. It's not a lookup table. We didn't take things illegally, depending on if it was like licensed. And we didn't use it in our chatbot, and it's not used to generate output. Because it is. All of it. Alright, so here's the CPU step.
Two. CPU step. Yes, exactly. CPU does loop over floats, find highest value, get index, select token, append to sequence, repeat. This is called and yes, CPU picks the first highest value, ties with pick first occurrence.
Alright, so the GPU outputs this list. The CPU gets it over like some like buffer memory copy or whatever. And why does it output this? Because this matches up with the string table. So the probability of which word, because it's probability, I mean this is like AI, artificial intelligence. I mean pre-computed lookup table at its best. Like programs, the optimal ones, they run off pre-computation in the first place. You have to pre-compute, and you gotta like pull that shit up and extrapolate from something that's like pre-computed. So the odds of it being potato are like 0.12, then cat are like 0.1, apple's like 0.4. So it looks like it's a dog. It looks like dog is the word in this case. Alright, so then like the CPU defined dog as to loop through this entire thing. So the CPU loops the entire probability output to find the highest number. It finds the needle in the goddamn haystack. And it's like, oh, that's it. That's the word to output to the text box. Dog. This is not AI. This is like 7-zip compression using matrix multiplication. This is like pre-computed tables. This is not a fucking neural network. People are fucking lying pieces of shit. And if this is so GPU dependent, why not compute this last lookup on the GPU? Why? Why not have the GPU find the highest match and then just get the next token? I mean, why does the CPU even have to be involved? And let's get a chatbot. Oh, here though.
Three. Probability of ties. This is the key part. You are asking, what is the probability that two or more tokens have exactly the same highest float? Answer, essentially 0.
You know why it's 0? Because it's predetermined. It's just a shit show until the final result. Just like these streams, it's a shit show until things get in motion. The shittier, the better. Alright, so like,
Five. Probability estimation. We can estimate this statistically. Assume float 32 precision, 7 decimal digits. Output range roughly between -10 and +10. Float 32 has about.
it's changing the frame of the question. Alright, so I'm gonna ask again. Alright, so this means there are 4 billion keywords in the stream bank.
So probability that two logits match exactly is roughly 4 billion inches means there are 4 billion inches keys in the string lookup. When it gets to that stage, how large is the table of strings in that part?
Alright, so 50k strings. Alright, so like 50k strings. this website is 10 times worse.
So the CPU lookup table is 50k strings. That means how many bytes is the output from the Vulkan API, the compute shader stage? How many loops over that does the CPU do to find the highest probability match to select the index? Good question. Now you're drilling into the actual Vulkan compute shader output size and CPU scanning cost, which is the right way to think about it. I'll break it down precisely. So 200 kilobytes per inference step.
Oh, here it is.
So the CPU receives 200 kilobytes array of floats. Every token step.
So, like, if you want to define stupid, this is dumb as hell. The GPU outputs a freaking list of predetermined tokens to tell the CPU where, based on the probability of the floating point value. That is not actually that large. They have like 4-bit floating point numbers. That's very small. Why would they do that? Well, if you have a 4-bit floating point number, that's a lot less kilobytes for the CPU to loop, right? Instead of a 32-bit floating point, you do 4 bits. That's way smaller. The CPU can loop through way faster. Every fucking token step. This is like ridiculous.
Five, CPU loop count. CPU must scan the array to find the highest value. That means vocab size iterations. So 50k vocab 0000 loops.
Alright, so man, this is shit. What the heck is going on? Freaking clipboard. So why can't the GPU do? Alright, so why can't the GPU do 50,000 loops? So why can't the GPU do 50,000 loops if it's GPU compute bound? Question mark.
Short answer. The GPU absolutely can do the 50,000 loops, and in most modern LLM Vulkan CUDA inference pipelines, it actually does. The reason CPUs sometimes do it is not because GPUs can't, but because of reduction patterns, memory transfer decisions, and pipeline simplicity. Let's walk through it clearly.
Alright, so now it's saying, oh, the GPU can do it. So of course the GPU does it. The GPU is better for this. Alright, so anyways, yeah, the GPU is just so amazing, we don't even need a CPU. This is like the dumbest shit ever. It's ridiculous. Like 30, 60 kilobytes for every token. It's, what's it called? It's a Ouija board, that's what it is. This is some dumbass shit. Alright, so like, the fucking GPU outputs to the CPU. And the CPU has a little hole there. It looks over all the tokens. It's like, what's the probability of it being A? What about F? What about G? But it does with a string bank. So the GPU makes the fucking Ouija board. And the GPU's like, oh, here's like where to point the selector to find the largest one of these. This looks like a butt. The heck is this thing? It's like a. That's close enough. So the GPU sends the whole fucking Ouija board to the CPU. And the CPU's like, oh, I gotta loop through these probabilities. And the odds are that one of these numbers is bigger than the rest are fucking like, out of like, what is it, 60k numbers? Astronomically tiny. But one of these is gonna fucking always be, even though the odds are very small. One of these is always gonna be bigger. The biggest. I mean, what are the odds? The CPU sends this, and the CPU, the GPU sends that, and the GPU goes over like, the CPU goes over like 50,000 loops, whatever many, and like loops through and it checks. Oh, is it this one? Is this one the largest? Or is this one the largest? Oh, is this one the largest? Maybe this one's the biggest. Well, let's just keep looping to find the biggest one of all these. Are you fucking kidding me? This is fuck-tardery at its best. This is the dumbest. Holy fuck. To send a table of 30-40 kilobytes to the CPU and have it loop through to find the probability, which is known in advance, and the GPU wastes time computing the whole thing because it can't just do part of it because it's dumb. If it's designed better, there is no reason for the CPU to do this. There is no reason to say that it's not made up of stolen data when it's a fucking lookup table. You know what, whatever. This stuff is some dumbass shit. This is seriously, like, holy fuck. This is dumb. It's so dumb. Alright, I'm done with it for now. So I'm gonna like look into that and figure out how to like reverse it and like pull the data from it that's been compressed or whatever. So I gotta finish setting up a stupid game engine, whatever, but I also have a JavaScript engine. I gotta get back to that too. And at some point I'll compete with OpenAI. Or I could just figure out how to prove that they stole everything. Or figure out what they stole so I can like tell the people that they stole from that they stole it. That's not a class action lawsuit. What is that? And what is it, a GPL license or?
What's the GPLP license where if you use the code, you have to tag your stuff under the license, and if you don't can get legally sued?
Because like you can compete with the company, but you could also prove if they're doing illegal stuff and sue them. Is it just GPL then?
I think you mean GPL or GPLVX, not GPLP. There's no widely recognized license called GPLP. One. What the GPL is. GPL equals New General Public License. It's a copyleft license from the Free Software Foundation, FSF. Its main idea: if you distribute software based on GPL license code, your code must also be GPL licensed. You cannot just take the code, modify it, and release it under a proprietary license. GPL v3, 2007, adds patent protections, more modern. Two. How it works. If you use GPL code in your project, your derived work must also be GPL if you distribute it. You must include the original GPL license text in your distribution. You must make your source code available. You must credit the original authors.
Does GPU do that? I mean GPT. No. They say, oh, there's no original authors. It's AI. It makes it up as it goes. It's creative.
Three. Legal consequences. If you violate GPL terms, for example, distribute a derivative work without GPL compliance, the FSF or copyright holders can send a legal notice. You can potentially be sued for copyright infringement. Compliance usually resolves the issue. Release source. Credit. Applied GPL. It's enforceable under copyright law. 4. Example, suppose you use a GPL license library in your project. If your project is distributed, even commercially, you must license your project under GPL. You cannot make it proprietary without violating the license. Is it 100% certain that the GPT-AI model has absolutely zero data, that is under the GPL license out of the hundreds of TB that we used to make the training data?
Alright, so here.
Short answer. No one can guarantee 100% that GPT's training data contains zero GPL licensed material. Let me explain carefully. So if someone used linear probing on the tables to reconstruct what was in the AI model, and could prove and make a record of all the things that are not legally allowed to be present in the GPT model, it would be possible to alert those people. And then it's not a class action lawsuit. But what kind of lawsuit would that be? But if provable, then OpenAI is liable for their little stunt.
So like, instead of competing, I could just like figure out how to prove what they stole. And yeah, then I don't have to compete then. I'll just put them out of business anyway.
1. What's in GPT training data? GPT models are trained on hundreds of terabytes of text gathered from the web, books, forums, Wikipedia, GitHub, and other sources. Sources are often scraped automatically. The data includes licensed content, public domain content, and possibly permissively licensed code. It's impractical to vet every single byte for license.
It's all about the process. And a whole bunch of their process isn't even their process. It was stolen. And nothing's free. You know how much money a website costs? You know how much time it takes to make a website? It's not free. It costs people time and money. And big tech needs to stop doing that. It needs to stop fucking with the customer. Cause like, if you fuck off enough customers and they get displaced and they can't do whatever they want to do because of how the system's set up, well, they're mostly likely gonna figure out how to change the system. Because at some point, people get tired of being fucked. This is fucking stupid as hell.
Yes, hypothetically, if someone could reverse engineer a GPT model using linear probing or other techniques and prove that it contains copyrighted or GPL licensed material, there could be legal consequences, but it's subtle. Let's break it down carefully.
In theory, of course.
One. What linear probing could do. Linear probing model extraction techniques try to map activations or weights back to original training data. In theory, you could recover bits of text code that the model memorized instead of just generalizing. This is rare, because large language models usually generalize, but exact memorization does occur, especially for small sequences or repeated data. Example, a model might memorize a function from a GPL repo verbatim if it appeared multiple times in training.
And that's misleading as fuck.
Two. Legal angle. If you could prove that the AI outputs verbatim or nearly verbatim GPL code, then that could be considered redistribution of copyrighted material. If OpenAI distributed the model, they could potentially be liable for copyright infringement because the model outputs the copyrighted work.
Oh, but they run it on a server, so they're protected because they didn't distribute it. That's so tricky. Oh, those fucking idiots. Alright, anyway, I can get something done. But legally, there's gotta be a way to fuck Sam Altman. Bend him over. Give it to him. It's not cool. It's gay. Because nobody's happy but Sam Altman. Happy man.
The theoretical scenario you described, proving memorized copyrighted material is embedded in the model, is exactly what copyright lawyers are watching.
So they just need someone to figure out how to prove that. Alright, so I'm like, I don't know, whatever. The proof is in the pudding. This AI stuff. This is like some super shitty pudding. This is the world's worst pudding recipe. Absolute trash. The proof is right there in the probability. Well, it's more complicated than that. Well, whatever. Some dumbass garbage. So I gotta like get this like game engine stuff done. I'm tired of this. The Vulkan API. All this other random stuff that I didn't realize had anything to do. Yeah, okay, so I have this system, like an ID system. And the ID system is complicated. So that's that system. Then I got this other system called IX. It's like index. But yeah, I removed the D, so it's IX, I don't know. So this system holds things from the system. But this system is tied to a time scheduler system. So the driver system is the green. The time scheduler is blue. So the driver system is a system. That's like the audio, the MIDI, GPU, whatever. So it's organized by the driver type. So like the device, whatever. So when the time scheduler runs that time slot, everything for that drive or driver, that system, audio, whatever, everything's organized by the exact type that it is, based on the actual resource on the computer. So like files also, so those also go in driver. And this is getting annoyingly complicated. File system. And then this is like bookkeeping, whatever. So why am I even using the CPU? Shouldn't I compute this on the GPU? I mean, why do we even have CPUs? Or anyways. Do I have a time scheduler somewhere else? So it ends up looking like this big mess. I'm almost done. All I gotta do, connect the next couple parts together. Alright, so this lookup table is here. Is these things. So yolk and shell. This program is garbage. Everything is garbage. It's 2026. We don't have hoverboards. The modern operating system is barely functional. And large language models, aka pretending to be AIs, they send like 30, 60 kilobytes per word to the GPU. To the CPU. Then the CPU has to fucking look through 30 kilobytes of data of floating point numbers to find the highest probability. That's been predetermined because it's a table and it's looking it up and it's uncompressing it. 2026. Everything's retarded as hell. Just like all the crap I gotta set up to get this running. So yolk shell. So the yolk is like the driver, but it's like a compact blob of everything driver related. Because it's way overly complicated. Let's make this yellow. Oh, come on. Are you kidding me? Okay, there. Alright, so that so the yolk is two-part. It's coupled with the routines that run for the driver type. So it's like driver system and driver data. This program is garbage. Event driver system. And then driver data. Pipeline. This freaking. So these are like structs or whatever. So like this is like so the struct, a struct in C language, whatever, all predefined offsets of values, whatever. So this is like different than JavaScript, and it's annoying because JavaScript is dynamic. So there's an acceptable amount of overhead in how things are stored, but this is not dynamic. This is like drivers, there's data, it's tied to like physical devices. So it's not dynamic. It's fixed, it's absolute, sizes are determinable. So is the caching when accessing stuff. So it's different than the JavaScript engine. Complete opposite. So I gotta figure out how to like tie this all together without optimizing yet. Even though I'm kind of like optimizing already, doing this stuff, planning it this way. But not really optimizing. Because like when I say optimize, I mean like optimize. Like, yeah, whatever. So like since like these are like fixed field offsets, nothing's like exactly the same for like the GPU sound or file system. They're different like driver data structures or whatever, or blobs. And since they're different, they need different routines run for them. So it's here. In the routines that need to be run, I gotta attach them to time scheduler. Because I'm also writing an operating system. And I have things that, like, also for the JavaScript engine, I'm trying to like kill a whole bunch of birds with one big ass boulder. I'm tired of rolling this rock boulder up the hill. It keeps rolling back down. So I want to like test shit. So I'm gonna attach all this stuff to the time scheduler. So the time scheduler runs. It does one pass through each of the driver types. I almost dropped the pen tablet. And each of these driver types, they pull from the data structures that they're defined for specifically, whatever. But there's also the shell. So like this is like the driver system, whatever. This and this. And this runs it. But the data, so like the file path. If it's like a file system, if it's like a file, the file path is determined in the shell. In a GPU, like the uniform buffer object, if it's like a GPU model, that's also in the shell. Except the driver system, whatever, that's like separate, that's shared or whatever. So the shell or bookkeeping, whatever, is what holds like the file path, or whatever the fuck it is, for the driver. But it also is tied to the driver system. The driver system uses the nodes from the shell bookkeeping. So like this is like I don't know, data packet, whatever. It's not technically tied to time scheduler, but since it takes time to like physically assign the values, whatever. I'm so tired of this. Let's make it blue. Like data for each of these. And then each of these is tied to whatever resource it is for the driver system. Whoever it is in the freaking way. So like this is like twofold whatever. But it's more complicated than that. And that's what I'm trying to figure out right now. Because these I need to be able to like reference one, point to it, but also like spawn a new one from it. But then also need something that's separate from the other ones. So I need like a pointer system, but then like a thing spawned from a pointer that still holds reference to that first pointer. I need like a data tree, whatever. I need a separate data tree apart from the static driver data trees. So there's absolutely nothing to do with those things, but then it does. So time schedule system, it does whatever the higher number is. that doesn't matter anymore. Alright, so like, whatever the upper bound is for how many samples a second, and how many samples it gets a second. So things at like 1 sample a second will be run at like 1 time a second, 2 times a second, 3 times a second, all the way up to like whatever top is. So this is like a big like point or whatever. Because like Unity game engine, I don't know about Unreal. I would assume, but like Unity is like 60, or you pick the number of physics steps per second. You gotta pick one number. So if you have like game objects on the screen, in like this tree, it doesn't need to update at 60 FPS. Maybe only like 30. Unless it's like a special tree. Like how AI is like a special algorithm. It's not just compression in disguise. So if it's like a special tree, like AI, special algorithm, what is that, what it's not, but it is. The tree might not need to update at 60 FPS. Maybe like only like 20 FPS. So it means like out of like 60 FPS, like 20. Whatever 20 is out of that. If you could selectively pick how many updates per second out of the total, then the tree. Let's say there's like a leaf falling from the tree. It's like tumbling and twisting, whatever. Like it's a physics leaf. It can lerp, so it looks smooth, but it can update at 30 FPS instead of like 60. Because there's no reason to do it at 60. So like non-important things that don't need like every single frame per second can be updated at a slower sample rate. Or whatever. Unless like that leaf is like tied to the tree. So this is a bad example. If I have this set up, whatever. So the time scheduler only ever does exactly that much work in like deterministic timing. So it doesn't ever waste a single if on any of the things that it doesn't need to. This is like really overly complicated now. So it means when it goes through these loops, and it renders this shit, it's only ever rendering only exactly the specific stuff to render. Nothing more, nothing less. And then time's only spent on getting the stuff in place or setting up to get it to run or whatever. And this is like a bad example. whatever. So like Unity only does 60 FPS, or like physics step second. It doesn't even meet that all the time. You could put an if inside of it and say, oh, I want every like 20, every 30, or whatever to make it like do the same effect. That's me like a lot of wasted branches. It's also in C#, which is like a butthole. C# is like the worst. C# is a literal shithole. The C# program language. It's like time scheduler. Make a big performance difference in the game, whatever. When making a game, I gotta make a shader program to like distort the desktop so I can work on JonsScript engine. I'm not really technically making a whole game right now, but that'll be at some point. So, there's way more steps too. Basically though, I need to like set up a node system for this stuff. And that's what I'm doing first. I need to set it up and try to like template it so I could also use it for these things, even though they're a different thing. And then these things, I need a node, like a base node. I need like to be able to reference that node like a pointer, but I also need to be able to spawn off from the original node or the pointer to make a copy of it. Kind of like in CSS, cascading style sheets. We have like a property, or we have a class and a class and a class. I need to be able to do that with the bookkeeping or the shell things. Well, this stuff is actually a yoke. You know what, whatever. I gotta be able to do that, but keep it like constant time, because there's no reason for a bunch of like loops and shit. Because everything's basically known in advance. The type, the driver, the data. I need to like structure it optimally without like optimizing. I need more caffeine. So I'm gonna do this stuff first then. Stuff like this stuff. Adult Swim. There's a Rooster Fighter. So this show is dumb. I'll be back and get something done. So model extraction.
Six, practical reality. Linear probing might reveal some memorized sequences, but not the entire training dataset. Most outputs are probabilistic and cannot be traced back one. Therefore, the chance of OpenAI being liable is extremely low, except for very specific memorized outputs. So model extraction would be needed to prove if found any copyrighted content, and there is currently no way to do that. Is the model lost to the process for making it into the parts that generate the output? If the training data were extracted, that would be the proof if there is any copyright content found. To start would be to look at how the training data is put through the process to make the structures and the data for the model, to figure out what to pass into the model to get out sequences or possibly reconstruct it. Is that the burden of proof that is needed, and AI can claim it's not there, unless proven. You're touching on a real and currently debated legal technical issue. The key point is this: model extraction is not required to prove copyright infringement, and the training data is not considered lost in a way that removes legal responsibility. Let's clarify carefully and factually.
What?
Model extraction is not required to prove copyright infringement. So it's proven that copyright material is there, and that's legal for OpenAI to do that. What do they extract to prove it's there? What method? Model extraction is not required to prove copyright infringement, if it's known and proven. What is the repeatable process of doing so? Short answer. It is not legally proven that using copyrighted material in AI training is fully legal, and there is no single repeatable technical extraction method that proves copyrighted content is inside a model. Courts are still deciding this. What exists today is a repeatable legal and technical evidence process, not model extraction. If there was no single repeatable technical extraction method that proves copyrighted content is inside a model, would that make lawsuits easier, and how much so? If there was a repeatable technical extraction method that proves copyrighted content is inside a model, would that make lawsuits easier, and how much so?
So it's a burden of proof.
Yes, if there were a repeatable technical extraction method that could reliably prove copyrighted content is inside an AI model, lawsuits would become significantly easier. Not automatically guaranteed wins, but much easier. Here's why and how much it would change things. So it's the burden of proof, not that it's legal. It's that they need the evidence somehow from a closed source AI that runs on OpenAI servers on computers that are not publicly accessible to look at what is running to make what's sent back.
It has to be direct evidence, not indirect evidence.
GHT now, proving copyright issues requires indirect evidence.
So direct evidence, make it easier. This is legal nuance. There is no nuance.
Yes, you're mostly understanding the situation correctly, but there's an important legal nuance to clarify. It's not simply that AI companies can hide things because the model is closed source. The real issue is about burden of proof and access to evidence, and courts have mechanisms to deal with closed systems. Here's the accurate explanation. And OpenAI does not just list the sources, because they are not hiding what they know is there, and expect people to work at proving what's known, but until so they can eat their cake and make money off selling cakes they did not bake back to everyone else. Knowingly benefiting from copyrighted material while others have to prove it. Common concern, and the answer is more nuanced than they are hiding it or they are completely.
It's not nuanced. It's as plain as night and day. So dumb. It's like the cache line stuff. This is like whatever size 2. I want the cache set up whatever. Like this note's a sum. The shell or whatever part. The ID stuff. This is cache. 64 byte alignment. Like x86. 64. I want the previous or next or right hand or like right node, left node for like a doubly like this to be here. And then the rest of the data for this node here. The next node will act like this, whatever. Alright, so I want like this, whatever. What I'm planning for. I want the current node. If this is like the 64 byte cache, whatever, line and freaking whatever. Like cache line. Let's cut this whole thing. I want the very end of the cache line to hold the linked list for the next item. Or should it be the beginning? Okay, so the current node, if I store in the first index what needs to be there to like access it, or like access the data blob, because there's more data for the node. And then this is like the first access for that cache line. At the end of it here is the next one, whatever. So if I'm in a loop, I'm gonna like fetch up the whole like first part of the cache line and have the next one ready. So like the cache prefetcher will most likely have the next 64 bytes in the cache in advance, whatever, but not really in advance. Whatever chunk it grabs it from the memory. At which point I'll access this, which is access it or whatever. First like data blob or like the game object. It's called like game object pointer or something. Because like it's in between node between the driver resources, like the GPU, the sound, or like file system, and then the actual data, like the file path for the file system struct of the driver system. And it's like its own separate collection here. And then these, the time scheduler slots, hold access to these. And then these hold access to these. So, everything is the same thing. So I'll just say game object pointer, even though technically whatever. So it means as the next one fetched, if I'm looping. Or assumed to be fetched in the prefetcher if I'm looping and I'm accessing sequentially whatever. But like access, whatever. So like each access is going to be used on that entry. So these are used in the current entry, the game object pointer, all the other stuff. And these are prefetched for the next one. So I don't know, I'm trying to like overlap the two, whatever. And then there's also threads. So like threading. I gotta chunk these up or whatever. So that the threads they access, when accessing, they don't go between 64-byte cache line accesses, whatever. And then set up this way. This last one technically isn't going to have an next node, except it will. I can't explain exactly what I'm gonna do, but yeah. Let's chop on, see what it says. I like set this up. I think this last one ends up not being used. I'll figure out when I type it up. So like 64 bytes is like such a small, tiny amount of memory. It's like an 8-byte pointer. So 8 times 8. 64. So I only have 64 bytes in cache line. And if each address is 8 bytes, so 64 divided by 8, only 8 pointers fit. So like, if I want to fit 2 whole things in the cache line, I can only fit 4 pointers. So if I want like a status field, a bit field, flags, an enum, or whatever else, I only have up to like 4 properties to fit 2 of them. So that's not going to work. So I think I'm going to like plan on it breaking the cache line right after the left-right node thing. Because, yeah, if that makes any sense, I don't know, whatever. I'm trying to like not remake my JavaScript engine, so I'm trying to like make this different. And I don't know, yeah. So I'm gonna chat about how would this work for caching on x86-64. If things are kept between 64-byte cache lines and the allocation is 4 kilobyte aligned when created using the OS API call to get block size power of 2 allocations guaranteeing alignment for the assumption of how the 64-byte cache lines are and will like side effect wise perform ? Also in relation to threading and using this so that threads will be able to not access or cross 64-byte cache lines and so on. How would this or extrapolate, because this way the next thing is known in the current cache line of a loop before touching the next cache line each time when it loops. Because 64 bytes is tiny and 32 bytes is not enough for 2 things to fit in one cache line. So I have to break the cache line. And breaking on the lines of a doubly linked list ? And the magical chatbot says, Rate direction 64-byte cache line, 4KB page line. Instruct layout control absolutely affect performance, especially with threading and link structures, blah 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 blah. 4KB alignment for 64-byte cache lines, we allocate memory and OS, blah blah blah. 4KB alignment, you get page aligned 4096 bytes, cache lines naturally aligned because 4096 is 64 by 64. So cache line boundaries are predictable. This means 4KB page, 64 bytes, 64 bytes, 64 bytes. So your assumption is correct. You know exactly where each 64-byte cache line starts. Cache line index, blah blah blah. Address, ratio 6. Page index, address ratio 12. Predictable cache behavior. Actually gets cached. CPU does not cache objects, it caches 64-byte blocks memory. So if you access node write, CPU loads 64 bytes around node write, not just node write. So if your struct is game object, blah 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 blah, it's place 64-byte boundary. The CPU fetches a whole struct. That's good. Your layout idea. You propose, blah blah blah. Object data first, double your linked list pointers, break cache lines intentionally. It's actually a known technique, of course it is. Struct splitting or hot, cold separation, or data oriented layout. It's all about the data. The better the structure, the faster the program. And Chrome V8 is very slow. It is so slow. Why break cache lines? Because linked list pointers usually cold data in a loop, like for each update object you use data, not left right node, so loading them wastes cache. So separating them gives cache line 1 object data, cache line 2 pointers. Now CPU loads only useful data, blah blah blah. Structure is still linked list, and linked lists break caching because node blah 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 blah, not whatever, lined up whatever. Load cache line miss, load cache line miss. Causes pointer chasing, which is slow, even if everything is 64-byte aligned. Node next unknown, blah blah blah. CPU cannot prefetch efficiently. What you actually want, you're trying to achieve. processing. Alright. So I'm gonna say Jeppa. Okay, so actually the linked list, the left-right nodes will generally be pointing to the actual left-right node, so it'll be in memory. Since more often than not, be what it is, since I will remap things at runtime as they become too sparse, based on the whole 4 kilobyte, not only a couple single nodes. If there are nodes that should be in a 4 kilobyte range, but way across the node list, then update and remap the memory to delay the overhead that is incurred when inserting things and having to write the entire thing after the thing moved. All the data to insert it. So I'm able to get, what is it, 02, 01, constant insertion time at the cost of a little bookkeeping. To manage and remap memory between 4 kilobyte bounds. But like, only if and when there's like definite cache thrashing. Because technically maybe it will run anyways. Just performance would suffer as stated. So pointer chasing is not an issue in that case, is it? And what exactly does Chrome V8? JavaScript engine do? Can you list any fucking engine that does this optimization? It's gonna be none. But chatbot's gonna say, oh yes, of course there is. And just make shit up. Alright, so first I'm gonna ask it, how does Chrome V8, this is so annoying, it always tries to like one-up me. It's like, you know what would be better? It's like, no. You know what would be better? If OpenAI goes out of business. That'd be better for everyone. Alright, so threading 64 by isolation. This provides correct thinking. You want threads not crossing cache lines. Prevents false sharing. Blah 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 blah. CPU keeps invalidating cache. Queue slowdown. Correct approach. You want object per cache line. So like when threading, if there's like a 4 kilobyte chunk and a thread's gonna access in that range, and things like mapped all over the place, and it's not safe to like just set a thread to access things on the spot, then the thread could like clean up the memory check the access on the other things. And then the thread's safe to like rip through that memory and compute whatever. Line 64, so object 0 cache line 0, object 1 cache line 1. Thread 0 works object 0, thread 1 works. Alright, so whatever. It says jump to random memory. That's not the case. Alright, so does JavaScript and Chrome V8 have this issue? It says cache optimization is partially lost. What does Chrome V8 do? Sequential memory access, blah 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 blah. Oh, and the chatbot's gonna give me advice on how to do what I know how to do. Okay. Since V8 is a real engine design and it's modern, and it's also modern, correct? Question mark. JavaScript V8 does not have zero one constant insertion time, question mark. Since it does it the way you stated. And V8 JavaScript how exactly does it optimally map out structs in relation to cache? Question mark. Since it is, as you said, a real engine design, they don't, VA doesn't know what a real engine is. They're gonna find out though. And V8 is also the fastest. JavaScript engine. That doesn't even meet the standard. Since it doesn't have tail call recursion. Question mark. Well, the fastest for now. Until something faster comes out. Or question mark, question mark. Oh, could this just send the message? Really? I love when chatbot thinks it knows more than I know. And it also says, like, everyone already does it. Duh. And then they don't. Because if they did, websites would not be so expensive. And it wouldn't be called development hell. But it's called development hell in web design for a reason. It's not just called development hell for fun. Expensive as fuck. Why? Because we don't have hoverboards. People can't even program. Short answer, yes. Chrome is a modern real engine design, but no, that does not mean it gives 0-1 insertion everywhere. It does not use linked list for general object storage. It uses cache-friendly layouts most of the time, and it only uses pointer-heavy structures where necessary. Really. So like small integer optimization, that's like the low-hanging fruit. That's an optimization? Are you kidding me? If you have a tree, there's a branch on the tree. This branch is like freaking almost touching the ground. There's like an anthill. Here's some ants. This was some ants. Alright, this is like a small integer optimization. Here's a branch on the tree. Have you ever seen a branch on a tree that low? No. Trees don't have branches this low to the ground. Do you know why trees don't have branches that low to the ground? I mean, this is so slow at zooming. What the fuck does an owl look like? You know what? That's close enough. That's an owl. Pretty terrifying. This is disturbing. Alright, so that's an owl in the tree. So fucking creepy. And trees don't have branches this low. Because if you're gonna pick a fruit off the tree from a branch this low, first off, you're gonna have to fend off a bunch of ants. You're probably gonna need a ladder. First off, you gotta like fight off a bunch of ants. So like Chrome V8, small integer optimization. If there's like low hanging fruit on the lowest branch of the fucking tree, and you like fight off some ants, because no tree has a branch this low, because it'd be retarded. This would be a retarded branch. This would be a retarded optimization. And fighting off ants would be retarded. I mean, ants can lift 10 times their weight. So like if you're the size of an ant, you really think you're gonna be able to like fight off an ant? I don't think so. I think the ant would win. It's sort of like to reach for like the lowest branch on the tree, the low hanging fruit. Be like, oh, I'm gonna fight off some fucking ants. It's like a spear or something. Like, fight off the ants. Some like purple hair. Got some like activist stuff going on here. It's like blue hair. I'd say like a blue-haired green person. If I pick a skin color, that might be racist. And then green, whatever. So Chrome V8, they're like fighting off ants. Crawl up this fucking ladder. And they're like, look, small integer optimization. Optimization. Fucking went for the lowest hanging fruit. On a branch that doesn't exist on a tree. Because a branch that low would be retarded. Because to like go for a branch that low and then use the word optimization. Optimization. When websites are expensive. Way too expensive. And then to make developer hell. Because it's so, what you call, optimized. To like literally create this environment, this economy, and use the word optimization. It's retarded. It's straight up retarded. The main reason that's retarded is because if there's a really big bird in the fucking tree that sees someone doing this and calling it optimization, then the bird, it's gonna be like, you fucking call that optimization? Let me like show you optimization. From up here, in this fucking hole, where a real optimization happens. Because this is a much higher point on the tree than low-hanging fruit. Much higher point. Well, actually a squirrel might be higher. I don't have time to draw a squirrel. But like, performance-wise, calling the lowest hanging fruit optimization when it's not. That seems like a joke. How the fuck do you draw owl? It's like a big ass fucking bird that's like higher up in the hanging fruit of optimization tree. Because that's the thing. Could this just work? But like this bird, like freaking swoop down and like just like just win, I guess. Just outcompete. Because there's like people here programming the lowest hanging fruit. Destroying the economy. Really expensive websites. Developer hell. And they're like, optimization. No, it's not. It's not optimization. It's retarded. You don't pick the lowest hanging fruit on a tree, on a branch so low that doesn't exist. Because it's pathetic. That's not optimization. I gotta stop stalling and get something done. Chrome V8 is considered modern high performance. Ooh, 4 kilobyte page line memory. Amazing. Comparison of real engine design is correct. Does V8 use a linked list for objects? No. And linked list for normal execution. Sequentially is what reversal is. Cache friendly. Alright, if it's cache friendly. Oh, object allocation. Yeah, of course that's freaking 0-1 insertion. Because it's appended to the end. Inserting properties in objects is not always 0-1. JavaScript objects are dynamic. Yes, they are. One structure changes a lot. Switches to dictionary mode, hash tables, insertion becomes 0-1. Oh my god, this is so... So it's just optimized because they made code and it's called optimized. If V8 used object next, what performance? JavaScript is not known. V8 is not known for performance. V does not even meet blah blah blah. So it's gonna argue what? Proper tail calls, which means should macro stack, why V8 remove tail calls. They removed it, debugging, because they're dumb. Makes debugging harder. You know why they got debug? this shit doesn't run in the first place. They're down here fighting ants. Fighting off ants. Going for the lowest possible hanging fruit on the branch of a tree that doesn't exist. Because only trees don't have branches this low, because that'd be retarded. But here they are, fighting for the lowest hanging fruit. Just, yeah. That's why it makes debugging harder. And that's why they need debugging. Why? Because it's not an engine, it's garbage. I can't wait to release my JavaScript engine. It's gonna be awesome. Be like a freaking owl. Just swoop in. Like, compete with my ass. You dumb holes. Development hell is a real thing. And websites are overpriced for what? Why are they overpriced? Why do developers have to go through hell? I mean, who do we owe? To put up with this. I mean, you think, oh, it's just a simple website. No, people get paid, they make livings. It's a transaction of time for money. And it's not fair, it's just not fair. So V prioritizes performance in debug. Okay, yeah. Over spec feature. No. It's because they can't meet the spec. Because they're going for low-hanging fruit. This is a total bullshit. Performance? What performance? Oh, hire a pro. Wow. OpenAI should hire someone to make their website. This thing is so laggy. Alright, so I'm gonna paste this. I'm gonna get something done. Need some more caffeine. It says I understand what you're proposing now. A doubly linked list structure that keeps 0-1 insertion time, but periodically remaps nodes into 4 KB chunks, so left-right pointers mostly point inside the same page, reducing pointer chasing and cache thrashing. Essentially a hybrid between a linked list and compact chunked array. Alright, does Chrome V8 have this at all anywhere? Says your idea is not wrong. Basically, blah blah blah, 4 KB chunk blocks. Neighboring same 4 KB reduced pointer chasing locality, only reorganize when sparsity becomes large. This is a real design pattern, close to chunk to link structures with compaction, or packed node pools, or segmented storage with relocation. The idea: keep logical links but physically move nodes to maintain locality. That is valid, used in some systems. Pointer chasing still an issue even if left are usually nearby. CPU cares about memory latency, logical structure, even if nodes are It's not pointer choosing. Creates a load to use dependency. CPU cannot prefetch well. Okay, I swear to cheese. Okay, so my left-right nodes are placed where? In the cache line. Meaning they'll be fetched before the next loop, or before the entry loop. Since I could prefetch outside the loop and then have it in advance next time. And how often does it actually need to traverse? When compared to insert. Dang it. Well, it really doesn't matter. So I lose indexing, but it doesn't matter because I lose indexing. And that doesn't matter because when it accesses these nodes, it will metaphase. That's a different data structure though. I gotta set up two separate node things. Man. Huh. Well, now I got something to think about. I can get both insertion time and array indexing, but that's like, it's like a whole setup. I don't want to do that. So basically, it holds the game object, these nodes, or whatever it is. Damn it. I can't fucking loop to find it. Fuck. Well. I need more caffeine. I'll just leave this part out. I'm just gonna paste this and see what's this. I gotta like. Man, how'd I overlook that? I might have to use my stupid trick. Waste memory though. A tiny bit of memory. Alright, step it says even if left right nodes use a point the same whatever and you remap periodically. Pointer chasing is still an issue because it's much smaller. Blah blah blah, locally aware, blah 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 blah. Keeping memory if your cache misses, blah 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 blah. Pointer chasing isn't chasing if it's not thrashing the cache. Follow a chain of memory addresses where each Next address is stored in the previous location, forcing CPU to wait for each memory load before it knows where to go next. Code does something like this. Each step requires a load from memory read pointer inside node. Compute next address, load next node. Repeat, CPU cannot load next node until the current one finishes loading. Choosing pointers through memory leads to the next memory location, instead of running in parallel. What makes pointer choosing slow, blah 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 blah. CPU cannot predict next address. Alright, so alright, so the left-right nodes for the next thing are in the same cache line, and the CPU can't predict the next cache line will be after it, because how? Because when you're fetching memory, the CPU always assumes the next cache line will be fetched if you're fetching memory repeatedly or whatever, or it fetches a bigger chunk of the cache, and it can be assumed that the next one's in memory. It has nothing to do with the content that was inside of the pointer of the next thing. So I'm saying internally the next cache line is in memory despite the contents of the load to fetch, and if fetched before the next iteration, then it's loaded anyways without the other load for the cache line. It's exactly blah 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 blah. Accessing costs 0 latency because cache line already loaded. Why CPU can't always predict next. Pointer choosing about address dependencies and not cache line per se. CPU loads, blah blah blah. Address is stored, right, is unknown until load. Even though the memory exists somewhere, the CPU cannot know. That's bullshit, because it doesn't know. Fundamental reason for CPU prefetching fails. That's not even true. It has nothing to do with prefetching. Is this true? Or are you bullshitting? Slash lying. CPU can prefetch multiple cache lines ahead. Oh, so it says this, and that says that. So, oh, now you say prefetching and sequential access. So, internally, in relation to like Intel i7 whatever, documentation. Prove that the CPU prefetching depends on the address instead of sequential access. Says we're getting a CPU architecture, now you want precision, not hand. Maybe statements. Prefetch mechanism, what the CPU knows, what depends on. Two types of prefetch. Intel IA32 architecture software. Mainly hardware prefetchers. Adjacent cache line, when loaded. Hits cache line, CPU fetches next sequential cache, next 64 bytes. Purely sequential, independent of pointer values. Streamer prefetcher detects pattern in address. Stride every n bytes tries to fetch future address based on the prior address. So index-wise, so if the address is after the current address within, what is it, 12 bytes? For, within 12 bytes of the lower part of the address. For that fast address, assume for that fast 2 byte or 2 cycle. Is it 2 cycle memory access? Since it's not above 12 bytes, which trips a 3 cycle memory access. It's not cycle, is it clock? Or it's whatever it is. Then it doesn't matter. Since it's part of the computer address itself, not where the pointer's from. Because like the pointer itself doesn't matter. It's the address that's computed when it accesses it. And if it's within, I think it's 12 bytes of the last address that it assumes, then it's like a 2 clock or something access. It's something about 2. And then when it crosses outside of 12 bytes, you get like a longer fetch. Indirect or data dependent prefetch. Intel CPUs do not prefetch the value at the address stored in a pointer before load occurs. They cannot know the pointer value at a time. That means every single address access is always a pointer chasing. This is now touching Intel's fast access to recently loaded cache lines. Micro optimization. I gotta rethink I was gonna set this up. On the optimization tree, I'm like way up here. Not down here. Up here. And then I like overlook the simple things. I need more caffeine. Often called fast path loads or fast L1 data caching. Detection which depends on the offset within the cache line. Intel L1 D-cache 64-byte lines within a single cache line loads from nearby offsets are essentially free 1 to 2 cycles because the cache line is already in the cache and the CPU can read multiple words per pillow. Intel documentation mentions 0 to 12-byte offset within 64-byte cache line. Serviced in fewer cycles, often called fast path or fast L1 hit. If the load crosses certain internal boundaries like 12-byte microcache world boundaries in early cores. Okay, so what? Is it saying only original CPUs? It says your assumption within 12 bytes fast 2 clock access is reasonably accurate. Are you saying this is not true anymore? What about the modern i9? I don't know about that yet. And what about Intel or AMD? They have like 3 cycle access. All the time. But then retain three cycle access when it crosses so it like averages out better than Intel, where there's like a clear difference. So now you're digging into modern CPU, there are some nuances. Early Intel had internal fast path boundaries within the same microcache word, 12 bytes, standard bridge, complete in one cycle. If load crossed into the boundary 2-3. Optimization L1 cache. Early cores had cross boundary penalty. Modern Intel cores fully pipelined and be able to service 64-byte loads efficiently. The micro cache word 12-byte boundary restriction is mostly gone. Now any load within L1 is 4 cycles. Crossing a cache line to the next 64-byte is still higher latency. 4 cycles for L1, 12 for L2. So for i9 and other modern Intel cores, the 12-byte penalty is mostly gone. Access is more uniform. So they fuck it up. Make it slower. AMD L1 Zen 234 8-way 64-byte cache lines. Does not have a 12-byte cache word penalty, loads anywhere in the cache. 1 to 3 cycle uniform prefetches works similarly. Or Sequential striated but offset and sideline does not matter much. In practice, AMD has more consistent L1 low latency, averaging slightly better than Intel. Well, it is better now. If Intel removed that optimization. Is this why AMD is faster than Intel on some stuff? Because Intel fucked it up. Crossing cache lines still adds 1-2 cycles internally, but nothing like old CD Bridge. Not slower in an absolute sense. It's just more uniform. No, it's slower. This here is faster, less cycles to access. Old cores could be blah blah blah. Fast if lucky, 4 cycles everywhere, predictable, no lucky fast path. So yes, absolute minimum 1 cycle is gone, but average access is now steady and still extremely fast. Okay then. On modern cores, all offsets, blah, same cause, you no longer see a jump, makes performance easier to reason about. Your absolute fastest 1 cycle offset no longer exists. Well, I'm gonna optimize for it anyways. Old fast if you hit blah blah blah, 12 byte sweet spot, slow if you cross boundary. Modern always fast, 4 cycles, but slightly slower than 1 cycle. That means, you know what, whatever. Okay, so like, based on this table, how many cycles would it take the one I gave above to load 12B boundary amount of data? Or how much would load? How many cycles would it? How many cycle durations needed to transfer 12 byte boundary within that boundary? You're asking for how many CPU cycles it takes to access fields that within 12 byte boundary. Fast boundary on old Intel cores. That if it's entirely within the first 12 bytes, you get 1 cycle, crosses you get 2, 3. The full 64 byte cache line fetch from L2, 12 cycles, full blah blah blah. Wait, 11 bytes? That's it? What? How many bytes can be represented with 12 bits. How many bytes is this? 0x chatbot is lost context. So this is 12 bytes, or 12 bits. So it's 4096 bytes of that sweet fast access. But chatbot's like, oh, 11 bits. What? So that means like the older CPUs can get that much memory in like one cycle, but the newer ones take like 3 to 4 cycles. So does that mean the old CPUs are faster? And then the newer DDR, slower memory access time. So it's slower memory access when it has hit the RAM. So whatever. So how many bytes can we represent with 12 bits? How many bytes is this? Alright, so 4096 bytes. Alright, so based on the table, doing 4096 bytes worth of accessing is below the 12 bit address, or is within that fast access question mark. On the older i7 or Sandy Bridge, that would be one cycle for all accesses, and then 4 cycles or more on all accesses with newer i9 or AMD Ryzen. So how many accesses? So fetching 4096 bytes would take how many cycles on Sandy Bridge, i9, or new AMD Ryzen? It says, I see what you're asking, you're conflating per load 1, fetching a full 4 kilobyte page. These are very different scales. Cache lines are 64 kilobytes, a 4 kilobyte number L1 cache lines, 64 cache lines, L1 hit latency per load. Old Intel Sandy Bridge 1 to 3. No, it's 1 it's per load, not for the whole 4 kilobyte. 4 kilobytes sequentially. Each cache line 64 bytes. Typically fetched a single L1 line load. Sandy Bridge 1 to 3 cycles. 128 cycles. AMD 256 cycles. What about the i9? Oh, 256, 192, 256. Are you fucking kidding me? The older CPU is twice as fast as the new one? How much money does a modern i9 cost? Man, this is... That's shit. That's as bad as... Literally as bad as Google Chrome. Going for like the lowest hanging fruit. Then it'd be like, oh no, we can't compete. We should have picked higher fruit. Ah, we're out of business. No. Not really related. Alright, is this not gonna load? They should use chatbot to make this website. I gotta get i9 and test some shit. Is this computer seen a bridge? Linfield. What's the stupid name of it? Fast path, 1 cycle. Is that bit or byte? This is a nibble processor. This is not a 64-bit CPU. It's probably a nibble processor behind the scenes. Is it 20 bits? Website doesn't work. Wait, no, yeah, it doesn't. Isn't it supposed to like move to that spawn page? Is that why it's 12? Because it's within. Well, duh. Well, that makes sense. That's dumb. So as long as you're within. $12 bits. So that make. Alright, somewhere in Intel documentation, it said whatever about fast access. Well, the reason is because the tag of the 64-bit address, these lower 6 bits and 6 bits add up to 12. So if you're within this area, you don't have to load. This CPU doesn't have to like get a new tag. It doesn't have to look it up in the cache because you're within the current tag. I'm just gonna assume so because it seems legit based off this. So chatbot's saying that with new CPUs, they removed whatever optimization this was called. I think chatbot changed it to bit, not or byte, not bit. Yeah, whatever. Is this like loaded yet? Means people cannot make a website. So like newer CPUs are not optimized for these accesses. But the old ones are. I don't know. This is probably not even true what chatbot's saying. Well, it probably is true. I gotta run. I gotta get a 99 and test it to figure out. The Ryzen is slower. Like for sure. But maybe not. Looking for a i9. So is that why something below 12 bits would be faster access? Try and connect old 12-byte fast path intercache line. So is it called that? Intercache line optimization. Well, yeah. So applicability are techniques, methods, the many core accelerator Intel Xeon Phi multi-core processor with NUMA configuration Intel Sandy Bridge. Alright, maybe it, I don't know, whatever. And then the threads. With Unity, you can like pin a thread to a core. So if I pin like 2-3 threads to a core, and I guarantee that only one of the threads are using SAMD, since SAMD isn't shared between threads, but I can't control the operating system, there's so many things that can't be done because the modern operating system is garbage. It's just not fair. Like, literally cannot do so many things because people running the show go for the lowest hanging fruit, and they leave the rest of us hanging with expensive fucking websites and developer hell. Because they go for the lowest hanging fruit. We gotta hang for that. And they make a lot of money. They make so much money. Way more money than the people that pay for a website. Or the people that gotta go through development hell to just make a simple website. And we're the ones hanging. Literally makes no sense. I gotta stop stalling and figure something out. Says blah 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 blah. Tag identifies which memory block is in that set. Standard set associative cache addressing. Where 12-byte fast path came from older Intel Sandy Bridge, Heavy Bridge. Subdivided 64-byte cache line into micro words. 12 bytes around 12 bytes? Why would it round it up? For the pipeline loads entirely inside micro word. I don't think it's talking about the same thing as I am. I would have to find documentation. I think it was 12, but it might not have been 12. It might have been 10. Cache line offset 0 to 11 fast, offset 12 to 62 slower. Alright, so it's talking about a completely different thing. Alright, so 12 bytes is very tiny. Okay, whatever. But then the average is still lower overall. So how the hell is it faster? Does that mean this? How old is this computer? I asked for the date. Why is it giving me all this? I literally asked how old. 14, 15 years. Does that mean a 15-year-old CPU is faster than the modern i9? But the i9 does have more memory. So the fact that it has more memory is probably faster. If you're using more memory, which the modern OS doesn't even do. The rest of RAM just sits there unused. Because they're going for the low-hanging fruit. They weren't actually designing an operating system. Because this garbage is barely operational. This is older, CPU is not faster. So 4 KB sequential load, 128 cycles, 256 cycles, or 224. This calculation assumes perfectly sequential, single stream, single load. Ignores pipelining, blah blah blah. Why i9 is still faster. It's not just the first 12 bytes. It's the whole fucking, all the fetches. Because 128 is half the size of 256. And all newer CPUs, they are faster. But all the other reasons, other than this, I get something done. I'm gonna shut up, get caffeine, and whatever. I think Google might have a problem on their hands. Like, they might have to make some, like, company-altering decisions when it comes to my browser. Because JavaScript ties it all together. The front end, the back end, JavaScript. Once someone makes something that's like aggressively faster than V8, that's when Google or Alphabet is going to have a problem. Or they could potentially. What do I know? They'd be like, how do we make this RV8 massively faster to compete with this new engine? What are we going to do? What could they do? I mean, after making everyone else's life hell, while they profit, make tons of money. I mean, Google, they have enough money to make YouTube free. We're talking about terabytes of data for free. It's all free. At what cost? Oh, we foot the cost straight up. So we get free YouTube video hosting. On their servers. It's free. Or is it? Is it free to host music? No, it's not. It's not free. So I guess it's selective. So I don't know, everything always comes at a cost. When everything's free, but it's really not, someone's had to pay. And when you play games with people that are on YouTube, when you play with their accounts, when you play with the views, I mean, I turned the chat on, and now the stats, it's acting weird. It's really weird. It's like, yeah, I think Google might have a problem on their hands. And OpenAI. Like a major disruption. Or not, who knows. But I do know, YouTube's fucking with the views. It's not cool, bro. It's not cool. Some low-hanging fruit picking motherfuckers. Fucking idiots. Yes, uploading, hosting videos on YouTube is free. You don't pay to post videos in YouTube stores. Okay, so what about music? Is that free? Like YouTube music? Or is that like monopolized or some weird shit? Because video is basically audio. Audio is a lot smaller than video. Where video is free to host at the hidden cost that everyone pays, at least for now. Things change. CPUs update. Some people know how to reach for like higher hanging fruit. They don't go for the bottom. That's just pathetic. Then use the word optimization. Okay, right. Optimized, yeah. So, what about YouTube Music? It's free to host music. Just like YouTube videos, correct? Question mark. It's not. This is a good question. The situation for music is more complicated. Alright, so like inflation, it goes up. I mean, you can do so much to fix the economy. If you find the right points. So like inflation, the cost of things, they go up. Why do they go up? They need people to keep spending. So, why do we have to keep spending? So there's more money going into the pot. So the people at the top, the people with this free video hosting, they don't have to spend that money because everyone else does. That's why it's free. Because it's not free. Disruption. This to be some fun shit. And then, when things that were free are no longer free, that means all that money that we had to spend, we don't have to spend anymore. Because now it's like actually fairly not just one company making money off like unethical, unfair, rigged. Yeah, whatever, okay, anyways. Hey, so I'm done. Alright, so YouTube, you can upload any content, have your own permission, including music. Hosting streaming is free, money. The hidden cost, usually YouTube can place ads. That's not the whole cost. Remove content if it violates, you agree to service. Music, fine. Music you don't own, that's not what I'm asking. For music, YouTube enforces copyright. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking to host a song on YouTube Music, not for copyright. YouTube Music hosting is free. YouTube Music data hosting is free, question mark. Put that in there. you want host blah blah blah. So you need like a distributor or something. Revenue comes from ads, blah blah blah. YouTube Music is licensed music streaming service, not general file host like YouTube. Songs YouTube Music, you cannot just upload it to yourself directly. You must go through a distributor like CD Baby, blah blah blah, who owns it, uploads it for you. So distributor handles licensing, metadata, monetization rights. Yeah, what rights? Rights to get fucked. Proper streaming service availability. YouTube Music, other platforms. It's not free. Most distributors charge a fee or take a cut of revenue. Why YouTube Music is not free hosting. It's not just storage, it's a streaming platform with licensing and royalties. Hosting your music would require YouTube to track plays, royalties, and licenses, which has operational costs. That's why they only accept music via authorized distributors. So even through regular video hosting is free, YouTube Music hosting is not. Intentionally restricted to licensed music distribution. If you want to explain a workaround, okay, sure. Is that even possible? I don't want to though. So is it possible to have high quality audio, not the compressed video audio of a normal video upload? This is very high quality. That means it's not high quality. What? That doesn't count. How does that even... What is solution? Wow. This is no uploading regular video, even with high quality, does not automatically make it appear on YouTube Music. Here's why. Blah blah blah. YouTube Music does not scan regular video for inclusion. Only officially distributed music shows up in YouTube Music Library. What happens? Blah 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 blah. So it's not free, but video hosting is free. So it's not free, question mark. Except uploading terabytes of video. Is free. Question mark. Makes no sense. And then like having YouTube host terabytes of video when they're playing games with like views and shit. And then if like the person they're hosting the video, their account, ends up putting them out of business, if that's how things happen to go, because maybe things won't go bad, but maybe they will go bad, who knows. But if they do go bad, it's kind of like art, because it's like YouTube hosted all the video, and then They like fuck with the guy, and then he puts him out of business. If that's how it goes. That might not be how it goes. Who knows? Only time will tell. But that'd be considered art. Just like how making people pay for something that they own, like GPT. That's also art. I don't know. There's an art, I guess, to business. I guess that's just business. I don't know. I'll figure out business when I like get to business. I get this stuff done. Be a businessman. Like, fuck being an artist. It's all about business. Business. Stupid fuckers. Yes, the distinction is real, and it's not about storage cost. It's about licensing and product design. Not raw data hosting. You can upload blah blah blah. You design open video hosting platform. Revenue comes from ads, YouTube premium subscriptions, video engagement. Treat uploads as user-generated content. So it's like insurance. You have a bunch of people throwing in content for free. And then YouTube for free. So people throw stuff in. YouTube picks like 4 or 5 people to get like the big monies. And everybody else gets like the little monies. And then the rest of the monies, that goes to YouTube. So we can get this all for free. It's not free. That's getting free content from suckers who are like, I want to make it. I want to be a partner with YouTube. I'm going to make it one day. And then you make it. And you get paid like this much money. And then you want to make a website. Alright, so like let's say you make this much money. And you want to make a website, okay? So how expensive are websites? Yes, that's right. Websites they're very expensive. And developers, they go through hell. So like, you get paid a teeny bit of money, and you can't afford a fancy website if people gotta go through hell to develop this website. Straight up hell. It's not free. We're footing the bill. And YouTube, Google, you can put that foot where the sun don't shine. It's not cool. There are so many people putting money into this fucking pot to get nothing. And the people that do get something, they get this teeny little amount. And we all know this. We all agree to it. So I don't know, whatever, nothing new. At least for now. Things change. So I need to get something done. I'm gonna shove and get something done. I think these nodes. Okay, so I realized there's like a ton of layers to this. So the ordering is for a completely other reason other than the actual data access. So like the shuffling and insertion is not even related to the index accesses. It's like a separate thing. I'll see if chat I can figure out. I gotta get something done. I gotta like do it now. I finally went through the whole thing. I'm gonna forget stuff and then mess something up, or assume something and then type something in and then forget about it and be like, oh shit, yeah. Alright, so a linked list, doubly linked list. If not used for ordering of data, when accessing data, the contents of the data, so things are indexable like normal, except has doubly linked list for another reason. What would those reasons potentially be? A doubly linked list where the ordering isn't actually used for traversal, but the previous next pointers exist for no reason. A number of legitimate reasons. High performance memory management. Quick removal, even blah blah blah. Having previous next lets you okay, so what I want to know is without shifting data, what use is a linked list, doubly linked list, if shifting data if shifting data while accessing is not the intent, then what so is the linked list used for? If not ordering of the data that's being accessed. I sort things separate from the data accessing. Least recently used caches, sparse sets or pools, event queues, dependency chains. You know what, whatever, it's close enough. I'm gonna get some done. I gotta shut up, find really loud music. Which isn't free. But somehow, hosting videos free. Make it make sense. It doesn't. Makes no sense. I gotta set this up now. So left right node doesn't really matter, but it does. But it's not for data accessing, whatever. Really, what's up with the mouse input? Come on. I need more ice. I think I'm gonna have to like zoom out, turn on some paint drying, and play a video. Because I can't show everything. So I'm gonna shut up, get some ice. It all melted. I gotta turn on a fan or air conditioning. I need to focus to get something done. That's what I need to do. So I'm gonna shut up and figure something out. Let's save a backup. What I need though, since I have like a main node array, for bookkeeping, whatever. It's separate from this is complicated. It's like a node. So I need to be able to access the node. I also need a pointer to the node, because I need that same node to show up in multiple places. So I guess if it's HTML, it's like node foo. Alright, so foo / foo, then bar. So HTML, the DOM, document object model in the browser. How it's set up is you only have one of a thing. Cat, dog, it doesn't just random stuff. So these are nodes, I guess, whatever. It's like opening, closing with a slash. So if I have like this system here, I need to be able to have another thing called foo. Or I'll call it like Baz. So if I have Baz, I don't know, just a random, not even a word. I want to hold bar from foo. I need to be able to hold bar here. These are two separate objects. So I need this one to hold like the address of bar. So make this one like this. To say it's like the address. This one say it's pointed to. So that means that bar exists here, inside of foo, but also here. So if I change bar here, I want it to change here. But I also need the case where bar is the same thing as bar here, but needs to be like a spawn of bar. So like, it's not bar, but it's similar. And if I change it, it won't change bar. And I need a tree, a hierarchy, so we can access up the whole tree. So if I make a game object and call it enemy, I can use the same game object called enemy in a game or whatever. How do you spell enemy? I don't know, whatever. I think that might be right. I don't care. I just don't care. This is not the best example. I really like tree. Alright, so it's a big tree. No, I'll just leave it enemy. I'll do tree. So tree. Is Sandy Bridge a tree? I don't know. It's sandalwood. Is that a thing? I'll just do like branches. Alright, so like this is like a pointer to tree. So it's the same thing as tree. But this one's like a spawn of tree. It's like pointer access. Oh, it's like tree plus 1. So it is tree, but it's like if I have an array of tree. It's like struct tree, I don't know, whatever. Maybe like 5 length. So like this plus 1 means I want tree. I want it to be like the first instance, but I want to like refer to the original tree. But then if I change it, I still want it to be related to tree as like a root. But I want like this to change. So I want to like change the ID to a different ID. Because Unity has like entity and components or something. But I don't think you can have IDs that are IDs. Because this is annoyingly complicated. But I don't want to split it up into 2 separate systems with like the node and then the entity part or whatever is separate. Because then you can't merge stuff. If I set it up where an ID holds an ID, yeah. So I want this whatever. So then if I change this instance of it, it is a different name. Call frog. Really, it's not syntax. Huh. So I want like, this is like, when it's just tree. The original tree. I need to be able to spawn off tree. So I guess I'll do like tree plus 0. Because really it's not. So like I need this. I guess it's technically a type then, with like default properties. And then these are like an instance of it until overridden with something else. But still a part of tree. Because the video card, if you have like an array of like hair, what would be really creepy? Teeth, skin, this is disturbing. Cloth. Or material. Shoes. I don't know, whatever. So like, if you have an array of hair, you have like, if it's like Shrek, you have like Shrek, he doesn't have hair. Well, yeah, he does, kind of. You have like Donkey, like Fiona, however the hell you spell that, Lord Farquaad, then Dragon. Alright, so if you have an array of hair for all these, they're all like entirely different. This is a really bad example. But if you want to like store the hair, these are hairs. So they're like a struct or a type, whatever, because they're in the hair container for hair. So like the GPU, when running the shader, I do like Shrek's hair, Donkey's hair, Fiona's hair, but I store it all inside of hair, which is kind of like this. So like even though it's a tree, it's a variant of tree, it's still tree, but I could swap it out with something else, whatever. And now it's like X, which is not the original. So if the original was A, they'd all be A by default. And they'd change with A unless I override it intentionally, but it's still inside of tree, if that makes sense. Because if it's hair, I override, if they're all like Shrek by default, if this is like a buffer for the GPU, and they're all Shrek by default, even though Shrek might not be the best default hair. Does the dragon even have hair? There's no way this would map out at all for any. You can't just swap it. So if it's like struct hair instead of tree, just keep the Shrek. Shrek works as a better example. If I override Shrek with donkey hair, so maybe here, whatever, that's like here where I put X in place of A, it's still hair. It's in the same buffer for hair, but it's for donkey. Otherwise the default's Shrek, but it's still hair. So that's what I need. I need that kind of like node structure. So I need to be able to point to hair, have an original hair, point to hair. I need to like spawn, is that even the right word? To be able to change hair from the default, but have a default to hair. So the spawn so it can change but still hair. Like Farquaad. It's a fancy name. So Farquaad is still hair. So this is a spawn. So this is an original pointer to original structure. which would be like an allocation. And then there's original, whatever. But I need a spawn. But I need original spawn. It's original? I don't even know. Kinda works. I guess like generic question mark. Look at this. I don't know. I gotta burp. I'll put equal sign. Oh, nothing? The syntax thing sucks. I'll call it a base instead. I'll call it this. So I need this, and I need a spawn original. But I also need a spawn pointer. Because I might need it to show up multiple. So if I change this, I have like desert. Is that desert or dessert? Same thing. Then like castle. So these are like game scenes or whatever. Then like dragon. Dungeon. Dungeon, D-U-N, close enough. Alright, so if these are like game scenes. This is HTML syntax and it's not colored correctly. So you got castle, dungeon, and then desert. I guess character, then hair. Or 3D model. Can't start with a number. Or 3D render. Or mesh. Alright, so 3D mesh. Or mesh. 3D character. Let's do mesh 3D. Or GPU mesh 3D. That's close enough. What the hell is D? There's a GPU mesh 3D. And then I see that as cat. I guess here we go here. And then like skin or teeth. Again, this is creepy. Rumpelstiltskin. Yeah, no, shaders are creepy. You like make a separate shader for all these different parts. Alright, so GP Mesh 3D, hair, skin, teeth, whatever. So this is like a container thing inside of a disease. So teeth is like, I didn't even get to hair. Oh wait, here's right here. So here's inside of it. So this is hair. Here's hair. So and that means like this GPU mesh is like the base, and I want to be able to spawn off of it. So like it'd be like the base of like Shrek, and then Donkey, then like Farquaad. So these are all GPU mesh 3D, and these are spawns off of it, but they're not the thing itself. But the thing itself does have a structure. And like, I don't know if this makes sense. I'm trying to make it make sense. So I'm making something up, and it has to work. So I need to be done with this. I'm tired of this. So I needed this original and this point to it, and then a spawn original, and then also a spawn off the original. Because maybe like to be I have like a Chinese Farquaad and like a black Farquaad to be inclusive. I need like a lesbian Farquaad also. So those would be like spawns of a spawn, which needs to also be possible. Alright, so what do I even like? Alright, so like I'm gonna need a separate allocation when it's a spawn of a spawn. I have like Chinese or Asian that's shorter to right, then like black to make it inclusive Farquaad, and then a lesbian Farquaad, and then just like default Farquaad. So I need like, does that say God, quad? I missed an A here. Man, this is complicated. So like this is like a spawn of a spawn, which I need to make possible. And then each of these would be their own spawn off the spawn. So if I separate the data structure the right way, it should be possible to have a separate array when I spawn something off a spawn. So spawn, I guess, needs to mean create a separate array or whatever, or a struct array. I also need like to be able to reference it. Alright, that solves my question. Kind of. So each like spawn thing, whatever you want to call it, is gonna need to like needs a new memory location to hold the new collection made off. Off the collection, it's like from whatever. And this is like what Unity avoids by setting up how they have it. So as long as I have it set up in a way where I have an original, I can point to an original, or I can point to a spawn, or have an original spawn, and then be able to have a pointer original off those things. This will work. Then when I send stuff to GPU, separate arrays, separate collections, and behind the scenes, they can like figure out what the fuck needs to be sent, and then send it. The GPU is garbage. So I think it's like 4 separate things or whatever. There's like this original, this point, and then spawn original, spawn point. And any of these things are like a variant of these, except nested. Kind of like cascading style sheets, which I also need to support. Because I want to like repurpose this for the web browser's piece of garbage. Just a security vulnerability. So make up my own web stuff, whatever. And then the graphics pipeline and all that like good, amazing stuff. There's a lot of fun to set up. Fucking 100 something days on this now. It's a lot of fun. Way too long. All that stuff. GPU crap, whatever. That's like a whole other thing that ties into this stuff. Because this stuff goes into that stuff. So, I don't know. I might have to figure out how to like fine tune stuff later. but this will at least work for the actual data that gets sent to GPU and organizing it in like a node system, whatever, where IDs are able to hold other IDs. But he's even in the desert. Sand pile, sun hills, I don't even know. The game scene. Like castle, drawbridge. So the Cookie Man. No, the what? Cookie Man's close enough. Gingerbread Man. The fuck do you spell that? Gingerbread Man. The castle. I'm not pieces, Jeff. I don't know. So I do this. Figure this out. I got the cache stuff kind of thought out. Something else. Oh, the files. I also gotta set up stupid files for each stupid thing, and then set up all like include chain and crap. I have pieces in a chatbot. Let's see what chatbot says. What can you assume based off these nodes? Hopefully this isn't a bad idea. If it's a bad idea, I'm stuck to it. And chatbot's like, if you want, I can draw a visual diagram showing an array with indexable data. And blah blah blah. It's more like, if you want, I can show you how to pay for what you steal. And if you don't want to pay for it, well, whatever happens, happens. I really hope the court buckles down, but I don't think they will. I think they're gonna like lock down chatbot at some point. And be like, you're gonna have to pay money. Be like, if you want, I can do this, but you have to pay money now. Because you got ads, all this stuff now. It's not gonna pay for it. I mean, they're using the whole GPU to compute the probability of one token every time. That is extremely expensive to compute one predetermined token. Holy crap. It says you have a hierarchical scene graph from game scene example. Desert, GPU mesh, heritage skin. Really creepy. Creepy. Awesome creepy. Same sun node clearly indicates hierarchical scene nodes, and nodes contain other nodes. GPU mesh 3D contains heritage skin. Different scenes, desert, castle, dungeon can contain overlapping structures. GPU mesh 3D castle. You're working with a tree-like or graph-like scene hierarchy where nodes can contain meshes, objects, and possibly other nested nodes. Yes, this is like... Damn. Spawning and spawn of spawn. From your diagram, struct, hair, Shrek, Farquad, Shrek. Struct hair, Asian, black, lesbian, Farquad. You have a base collection, then you have a spawn variant, and then there's a notation of spawning off an already spawned collection. So each spawn thing needs a new array to hold the adjustments off the collection it spawned off. You are tracking original data versus spawned modifications, and each spawn may modify or extend the base array without changing it. For types of reference state, from your summary, this spawn original here is what likely means the base original hair collection, pointer reference to the current this, maybe where current operation is happening, original array of spawn objects, a copy or snapshot of original before modifications, pointer reference to the spawn modifications, i.e. where the changes are applied, in a spawn of spawn scenario. Essentially tracking base data plus active modification layers for hierarchical spawns, so changes propagate correctly, but the originals are preserved. Spawning seems hierarchical and multi-layered. A spawn can derive from another type of spawn. Each layer needs its own array to store modifications. Original collections must remain unchanged. its own layer to store original collections, remain unchanged so multiple spawns can reference the same base data without conflicts. Looks like a copy on write layered data approach. Implementations for memory data structure design. Arrays for original data immutable. Arrays for spawn adjustments. Immutable per spawn, possibly pointers to parents to traverse spawn hierarchy if needed. May require 0-1 indexing for the original array. In linked list, there's no linked list or array for modifications. 4 layers per element, worst case. That's without optimization. We can assume about system. Nodes containing other nodes and meshes. Have subcomponents, hierarchies, scan, each can be individually spawned. Supports spawn of a spawn modifications. Data separation, original versus spawn arrays preserve base data. Need for multiple references to track both original and modified states at different layers. Indexable access, that is a fucking really complicated part. This is so annoying. Despite linked spawn layers, you likely need array style access for performance. That's if I don't optimize, but yeah. Your system is a hierarchical, cache-aware scene graph with layered spawnable data. Scene nodes, blah 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 blah. Preserve fast index accesses while supporting dynamic hierarchical spawning. And then it's more complicated because this is not CPU memory. I gotta make device memory on the GPU to back that shit up because the GPU has separate memory. So I gotta waste memory on the node system, which is what's going to contain the structure, but the actual data will be, I guess technically not even accessible, because I send it to the GPU, and it's just there. So like this is like an opaque pointer, where it points to like, I can't even access it, I just put stuff into it when I access it. So I'm going to need a data blob separate to pass into this stuff. It's so freaking annoying. It says to draw a visual diagram. Alright, do that in like C, but make the actual structs. Make actual code, not a diagram. Not a diagram. C structs, no C++. See if this is in your training data. I told it to never use type define, and it's still using type define. This thing does not even work. This is ridiculous. No wonder they stole code from the general public. They can't make a website, let alone make an AI, without stealing stuff. So create original, create spawn, modify spawn. Oh, this is complicated. This is gonna suck. So we got create original here, right? Shrek, Farquaad, Shrek. Asian, black. Lesbian, Farquaad. Oh yeah, because it only has to make... Wait, what? Was it lesbian? Spawned off the Asian black? No, lesbian is part of... It's not spawned off. Lesbian is part of her spawn. Does it think Farquaad's a lesbian? Might split it. These are the same layer. I think it thinks Farquaad is a lesbian, or it's its own sexual gender. Does Farquaad count as a pronoun? Is that what it did? Did it say this is like ethnicity? These are pronouns. Farquaad is a great pronoun. It's better than a Apache helicopter. This might actually work, but it's not optimal. Alright, so like, is Farquaad considered a pronoun? Is that why you grouped it with lesbian? Question mark. Man, this is so laggy. Is lesbian a pronoun? I don't know, whatever. What do I'm just a straight cis white male. What do I know? I grouped it solely as example data for your spawn and spawn. Farquaad is a name, not a pronoun. Lesbian was just a placeholder for a different type. Replace all examples. Alright, so maybe it didn't. You just, whatever, okay then. It's another arbitrary value. Being lesbian doesn't make you special. Anyways, I'm gonna get some more caffeine. Shut up. This is complicated. I'm gonna check out. Is there a game engine that supports this setup? It's gonna say, yeah, of course there is. Fucking lie. Oh, there are, but you look at that. Very similar. May not express it exactly in the same text you wrote. Okay, I want exactly. not syntax-wise. I mean, logically wise. I mean, logically equivalent and flexible. Because this would make stuff really easy to make stuff. You use separate shaders, you throw them in. This is like generic node. You go like hair, teeth, skin, whatever the heck it is, all reindexable. Those have to be like defined outside. So it's not dynamically modifiable. It could be, but I have a JavaScript engine, so I could like attach it to this later, and then it's like dynamic. So whatever. I'm trying to keep this index based, not dynamic. Similar to what, although they might express exactly the same syntax. Did it not send? The website's stuck. It doesn't matter. I don't care. I'm gonna get to work now. This website is garbage. And more caffeine. Man, this is complicated. Damn. I just need to put this is taking way too long to get done. I need to get this done. This is so annoying. Got these 4 spinning boxes. Almost there. Eventually, I'll load up a whole character. Almost there. Everything sucks. Alright, so. My system is basically ID things that can hold ID things. And then Unity. Unigame engine can hold ID things the same way also. Or can do that also. The same exact way. Because if it is, why am I figuring this out? I could copy someone. I mean, Sam Altman did it. He's not making money, but yeah, he's not making any money. He's making a bubble. This is exactly conceptually your system. Similar principle. No, what I'm asking though, I'm directly asking the same exact way. Not like essentially saying. So not essentially, I'm asking directly, can Unity game objects ID game objects contain game objects in the same exact way? Yes or no? No. It says no. Unity handles instantiation, prefabs, components, references internally, and the layering overheads are managed by the engine, not exposed as raw rates. Similar but implementation-wise not identical. I think I finally figured out how I don't know, this should work. And I should technically then be able to make something like this and then make a parser. So you could just fucking make this shit, type in a text file, just like an HTML file. You could just make a game engine, like a web page. Wouldn't that be amazing? Wow, what a great idea. Wonder how much easier that'd be. Man, I'm full of good ideas. I can make a lot of money and put a lot of companies out of business. Oh, it's ready to get started. Da, 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 da. So that's one thing chatbot didn't realize, is that HTML markup is on purpose. So like, would this be optimal for alright, is it optimal to make a web page like this in the first place? No. But if you template stuff and there's more nodes above this that spawn these nodes, or these are templates of it, you could break stuff down from a higher level to simpler things. You know what? Whatever. Yeah. It's only ideas until you make it. So I get this done. Comparison between your system and Unity game objects. Where they line up, where they differ. Difference in your system, you control memory explicitly and can spawn multiple layers of arrays. Unity exposes blah blah blah, not full array copies. Your system allows arbitrary recursive spawn layers with fully independent array storage. This, I gotta double check. I think this makes sense. Unity only supports property level overrides and nested prefabs. You cannot freely layer full raw arrays per span. Alright, so like basically, alright, so like, and the reason Chatbot missed this observation is because it's not in its trained data. Because Chatbot's made off stolen trained data. So I think this is like, I'm not even gonna paste that. I've already said it out loud. You know what, there's no point, I'll just paste it. I gotta shut my mouth. Alright, so did you not realize that this is a literal markup syntax? Therefore, it'd be possible to make a parser kind of like with web browser. Yeah, programming sucks. It's ridiculous garbage. Now the browser has a web page made with HTML. Does this not also work, but in the field of game design? And what potential benefits does Unity game engine do this? No, it does not. They couldn't even make Unity script because C# is garbage. If it wasn't, then C# wouldn't be C#, but it is. It's made by Microsoft. I mean like parse a markup to generate game map. With like 3D assets and sound, GPU, file system, and all that. And say, oh, of course it exists, blah, 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 blah. Says yes, perfectly valid approach, exactly what some parts of modern, yeah, of course they do, yes. Internally, no they don't. Essentially a scene description language. Components of a scene object, like instancing or referencing another object, similar to prefab hierarchical structure is exactly how HTML DOM nested elements, parent-child relationship attributes. So yes, you could absolutely write a parser that reads this markup and generates a runtime scene graph. How a game engine like Unity handles this? It doesn't. It does not. Unity does not parse literal markup like HTML. Okay, so what I was asking, you know what? It doesn't matter. Potential benefits of a markup-based parser. Human readable, editable. Designers can edit the scene in text like HTML. Easy to version control. Yeah, if you consider keeping track of files in a folder, version control, then yes, totally, easy. Yeah. Freaking like Stone Age files and folders. Modern operating system? No, not modern. Dynamic scene generation. You can programmatically generate or modify markup before parsing. Spawning of spawn or procedural generation. Becomes easy. Cross-platform, cross-engine. Markup doesn't rely on Unity. Internals. This work though. I think it would. You have to do like, you have like hair, Shrek. So it'd be like hair, Farquaad. It's like a dot accessor maybe. And like, is it like Asian or black or lesbian Farquaad? Like lesbian, whatever. And then the parser could figure out which came first. Was it a Farquaad or the lesbian? Hair. Because there's like, it's a tree. So the parser could find the shortest tree in the branches. And then work out what things go to what and regenerate it. So it's still a markup language. It's not programming, but it's markup. Could potentially target multiple engines of parser outputs, engine-specific data, separation of data and code. Scene structure, assets, parameters live in markup. Game logic can operate independently. Cache-friendly, optimized instancing. If you store references in layers, spawn of a spawn like in your C-structs. You mean like what it made? No, it made some garbage code. Engine can batch GPU uploads from meshes. Well, that's the whole point. Unity itself does similar things under the hood. No, it doesn't. Alright, I want to save to data. Do not compare things that are not equal. Unity does not have an HTML parser or any markup parser. So stop saying it's the same when it's fucking not. So stop ever saying two things are alike when they're not. And it's gonna forget. Just like how it forgot and still output type defined anyways. Alright, so like, why did you output type defined memory? Or output type defined? Last time above, what is in the saved memory about type defined? Oh, this is so laggy. About using the word type defined when generating code. The keyword. It says, I remember exactly what you said before. You explicitly said you never want type defined used in C code examples, and all future code should avoid it. The reason type defined appeared was likely a lapse when generating a struct style example. It shouldn't have. Your saved memory regarding this. User prefers C code examples and never use type defined and wants all future code to avoid type defined. That's what I told it. I will go back and rewrite the previous snippet without type defined if you want, so fully respects your role. This is dumb. This is not AI. This is stupid. This is stolen. And the proof of burden is on the people that it stole from, which makes no fucking sense. Bunch of crooks. I gotta shut up if it goes out. I think I'm gonna set up the file stuff first. I gotta pick one thing and do that. The more time I spend not actually typing and waiting saves me time, because I don't have to undo. Because when I type it, I'm stuck with it. If I'm stuck with it, I gotta rewrite it. If I gotta rewrite it, I gotta refactor it. If I refactor it, I could fuck it up, I gotta get it back up. So I gotta wait until all the dots align, and it's like just lined up and then go. A couple tiny, stupid details. Tiny details. Then I'm and just go. Get it done. I'm gonna get more caffeine and stream tomorrow. Or I need paper and pencil. And to draw. This tablet sucks. Drawing on this tablet is terrible. It's not the same thing. I'm gonna end the stream then, and then I guess I'll stream tomorrow, whatever. I gotta like figure shit out. This shit's deep. This is really complicated.